Good evening, my name is Adam Arwood, they call me the Zotmeister, and SkippySPK is here as well, of course. uh, it's funny because it's true. It's time once again to open up your picture pages. It's the Dark Souls 2 Masterclass coming at ya. Not to be confused with the Hot Fudge show coming on. I'm already throwing the obscure references out there. So obscure even my partner doesn't know what they are, I'm sure. Okay. Are you actually old enough to remember the Hot Fudge show? That was an actual kids show when I was a kid, the Hot Fudge show. And for some stupid reason, its intro song is still stuck in my head. And that's 350 channel points nobody will have to spend. So anyway, when we last left our protagonists, we got our hands, amazingly, I'm surprised this happened as quickly as it did, the Ashen Mist Heart. Here it is. Delve into the memories of the withered. There are 5 places that this can be used, and going to each of them is our next order of business to actually progress the game to its ending. We would only have to actually visit one of them. Uno. Singular. But we will, of course, go to all 5. And one we will have to visit repeatedly. Because that's just how it works. If we were trying to simply beat the game as quickly as possible from this point on, we could be done easily within an hour. If we were doing everything shy of DLC, then that would take about half the stream. Only about 2 hours tops, I figure. But, because we do have DLC areas that we need to go through, yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be a couple more episodes. Yeah, it's like none of them are completely untouched. Each and every one of them we did travel up to a certain point for various reasons. So it's not like any of them are just like, slogging from the very beginning. Okay, so, Ashen Mist Heart. I am actually going to start with the most obscure place that it can be used. Ugh, I hate this freaking place. Talking about them spiders, yes. Radix98 in Crade, hello. Good to see you. Glad you could make it tonight. Ugh, pardon me. Those spiders randomly dropped a parrying dagger. Neat. know, right? Huff of a spider? You telling me you made a time machine out of a DeLorean? I don't want to use another swig. Top that off. Get up! Oh, Black Witch's staff is so satisfying. Oops, corpses. Dead spiders sliding down into the nothing. I love it. Hey, Ornifex. I still haven't traded anything to you yet, have I? Still just sitting on it. One of my favorite things to get from her, I actually won't be able to do easily or readily this playthrough. The Bow of Want. Yeah, given that it's the final boss's soul that lets you, do that. Yeah, that's not gonna be happening. Something like that. I am almost one-shotting these basilisks with a melee from this staff. That almost bit is so incredibly obnoxious. Yeah, I know, right? That's a solid investment. Nobody here's arachnophobic. Oh. Could you fucking knock that off, you piece of shit? There we go. One of the dumbest pairs of lines in any video game ever in its dialogue is actually from Pinball FX2 and its Sorcerer's Lair table. It's like, in the, you could totally tell the voice actors were not aware of each other's lines department. Supposed to be a boy and a girl siblings. The girl goes, "Oh, spiders!" And the boy goes, "Don't worry, they're just spiders." It's just, that's like the worst writing ever. That's right up there with, is there gas in the car? Yes, there's gas in the car. It's like, I know there's a spider on this webbing. Where the hell is he? Alright. Oh, no, 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 no. This is about to get unpleasant. There we go. 404, spider not found. Okay. Something satisfying about dealing 404 damage with a great heavy soul arrow. Obviously, I don't have to be thorough here. I just need to not be so unthorough that I get ate by a spider. Boy, howdy will they, yeah. Oh, I see the villagers have arrived. Although one missed. Bye. 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 It seems that my chat room, blinked. If anybody said anything in chat after, Craig posting his Stanley dance, I did not see it. Twitch ate it. You know what? How about we just run into here? Oh my, there are a lot of you. That's two. Are we there yet? I think we are. Okay. I don't have to worry about being low on souls here because there are actually no enemies in this area. This is sort of like an extra reward for just remembering this was a thing. Wuzzle! Welcome to Dragon Memories, a very bleak gray area. One cannot reside within memory for long, a message that you are presented with when you enter here. This area is, I believe, supposed to be reminiscent of the intro to the original Dark Souls. All those, torn down arch trees. And this one fallen dragon. The same one sort of calcified into the ceiling. The previous area. Hurrah for oddball. But we are here for this. The Ancient Dragon Soul. And that's about it. That's all there is to this area. It's literally everything. There's no other item to be found. You could wander around if you want, but I guarantee you there's nothing else here. If we examine this again, it will just warp us out. If we stood around long enough, though, it would kick us out. Yeah. A couple minutes it takes. Right, I told you that the ancient dragon we fought was a fake. Well, there's the real one. And with that done... I have 2 of these now. Shame I don't have 2 blue flames. That would be even better for this character. Should be in here somewhere. There it is. Soul of the great ancient dragon that stands magnificently deep within the shrine. This powerful being stands and waits for whoever may visit him. Aged Feather, please. Sanity knows I don't need to be in here anymore. So, once again... Remember the Forest of Fallen Giants that we seem to need to keep returning to? Well, that's the next order of business. I'm gonna check... let me check the seed of the Tree of Giants. Oh, good. I keep forgetting to come in here and grab that. Sure enough, there was one waiting for me. Alright, so, there are 3 giants here that we can all visit the memories for. And I always forget which one is which. I don't really care what order we do them in, just as long as the one that you have to visit we do last, ideally. Right, I had a feeling. Right, yeah, we'll get into that. Okay, so, Cardinal Tower? Yeah, Cardinal Tower. We might as well do the one across from Pate first. Oh, that's not down the ladder. That's out through here. It's so satisfying to one-shot these early game opponents. That was not one shot, but okay. Okay, we could do that. Oh, yeah, I think only the last one, really. Alright. Wuzzle! This is what the Ashen Mist Heart does. It lets you walk into these ancient being's memories. Memory of Vemar. This will likely take a couple tries. We have an NPC to talk to right near here. Here he is. He's wearing the Drang Lake mail and everything.
What are you doing here? You are not one of our soldiers, and I don't take you for a mercenary. Whoever you are, this is no battle to involve yourself in. Whether you are guided by bravery or brashness, this is no place for you. I am Drummond, and the Lord has placed this fort in my hands. Whoever you are, I forgive your trespass, but leave this place immediately. Just mention my name, and no man will challenge your exit. And even if you don't, by now, my men have not the will to resist. Soon, the giants will descend upon this fort. It is revenge for the kingdom's misguided barbarism. The venerable Lord built this kingdom to bring prosperity to his subjects. What has transformed him so, I cannot imagine. Long ago, the king crossed the seas, pillaged the land of giants, and brought back a prize. It was then that the golems materialized. The giants are no ordinary barbarians. A singular rage burns within their hearts. My father and his father both fought the giants on this very land. The giants have wills of steel. They cannot find it within themselves to forgive the misdeeds of our Lord. Did you see him? That towering monster among them. That is most certainly their king. He will be a thing to topple. Even if I should die trying. My blade may break, my arrows fall wide, but my will shall never be broken. Those who live by the sword will die by it, and I, Drummond, won't go down without drawing mine. Be gone with you. This fort will soon fall. Be gone before the giants are entirely upon us.
We can learn a gesture from Captain Drummond.
Be gone with you. Be gone.
For exhausting his dialogue. There's a chest in here. 5 smooth and silky stones you can use to roll the dice. Yeah, no summon signs in here, you're right about that. Hello! Yeah, his breaks right through the wall there. Fire seed back there. Ashen mist is thinned. This is telling you that you're running out of time. I knew this was going to take a couple tries. Just talking to Drummond alone exhausts a lot of your time. No, I am not. Nope. It's just strictly how much time you have. You've got about a minute left when it warns you that the ashen mist has faded. And over the course of that final minute, you'll see that the color... Well, I mean, unless you're already completely colorblind, in which case it'll always look like that, I'm guessing. The color starts to... Yeah, it's like it actually starts black and white when you first enter a memory. And it sort of fades in. The color fills in things. Yeah, once that initial wall is broken, this giant actually comes right up to the door. It will typically break it. You get near. But he can't fit through it, so enjoy your free target there. These guys are no joke. I mean, I'm putting them down pretty efficiently here with my soul arrows, but believe me, I wouldn't want them to touch me. I'm actually going to wait a moment so you can see what this guy does. Reaches into his, quote, face, unquote. Pulls out a big old poison wad and throws it at you. Kinda disgusting. Not kinda disgusting, extremely disgusting. Got some items up here. Lord Sylvanila Soldier. Did I say items? I guess this is actually only the one. Some amazing looking books that we unfortunately can't take with us. That's where we came in. No, that's where we came in. Silly me. Alright, welcome to hell. So, the soldiers and the giants are fighting each other here. Fun fact, either of them will kill you. If you take out the giant, the soldiers will come after you. If you take out the soldiers, the giant will come after you. They don't give a shit. Oh, well, that camera didn't pay off. Now, you could just sit back and watch and wait. You know, let them all kill each other. Here's the problem. You don't have the time for that. There we go. Don't have the time for that. There is a way up on the right-hand side. There it is, this ladder. Get on top. That is a pyromancer giant. It pulls fireballs out of its face hole. I suggest dealing with it quickly. This one here is extra big. I'm out of spells. This is not good. Kinda did, yeah. Bye. Giant warrior claw. club back there. This might take another run simply to make sure I get everything. Yeah, it's thinning. So you're gonna start seeing the color drain out. Petrified something in there, well worth going for. Nothing there but an odd chunk of light through a tiny crack in the floor. If you want to get up onto the right-hand side, you gotta go down and in first. There's a ladder here. Nope. Ah, damn it. So yeah, it's gonna take a couple visitations, as it were, if you're going for everything. So the time limit they give you is a bit on the strict side, but it's not too bad to simply pop back in. And I, being out of spells, am very much in need of resting, so back to the bonfire it is. I have enough souls to level. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Given that I've been almost killing enemies, probably a good idea to do some buffing here. I could, of course, just make the Black Witch's staff a magic Black Witch's staff. But I believe I will be losing overall when I do that. I'd rather just keep adding to the stats, as it were. Alright, Shauna, where are you? There you are. Okay. There we go. Magic bonus and defense. It's like everything. Yeah, it's like I'll actually add more damage to the Black Witch's staff if I increase faith rather than int. Just because faith is such a lower level at the moment. Yeah, both of those would go up. Whereas if I add to int, it's just going to add to my magic bonus. Which, in turn, will actually make the sorceries more powerful. Slightly. It's all gonna add up. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in int. Double check. Those are all plus 10s. I have an open belt slot again. Do I want to throw something in there? What about these lightning urns? I got a lot of throwing knives too. I shouldn't be afraid to use them gratuitously.
No.
Sorry, Chloanne. again. Oops. I low-key hate how I can't backstab anybody with this thing. Oh, you know what I could totally do? Let's get the old whip going. Do I want to use the notched whip? I could actually put on the... I could put the pyromancy flame on. Yeah, it's like I could perhaps just stick on a light alternate weapon for the time being. It's something that doesn't, I wouldn't have to use it much. I'd basically be using it mainly for backstabbing purposes. Or those odd situations where I want just like a little more range or something. Yeah, it's like I don't need to like put on the weight of Santir's spear. Yeah, let's go ahead and put the old whip +1 on. I mean, I've got the bracing knuckle ring +2 equipped anyway. Simply because when you're using the Black Witch's staff as a melee weapon, it is going to get worn out faster than you might otherwise realize, since you're using it for your spells and your melee. And yeah, the old whip should be a good alternative. That, and in the process of my writing descriptions for previous episodes, I had to make a verb out of Maplethorpe. So I created the word Maplethorping. Alright, since I don't have to be distracted by everyone and everything off to the side, I shouldn't have any issues actually getting through the whole thing this time around. If you're gonna pull out the shield, I'm gonna pull out the whip. Does not want. Look at this, they're lining right up for me. Oh, and my int is now high enough that I get all 5 orbs. That 1 point of int made all the difference. I'm getting full effect. Homing crystal soul mass. Still one? No, okay, he did come out. Good. Right, so back in this room. Oh, damn, that guy's seen better days. Way out is through there, but first, scramble up this ladder. Walkway here to get up to where that pyromancer was, and of course there's an item in the back corner. Why wouldn't there be? On fire ascetic. That looks to be a long way down. Let's use the ladder. Doop. We're almost through here. There isn't much more. Nothing off on that side. Items tucked away here. Yeah, you can totally be hit by the pyromancer up there while you're here. So, if you simply try to ignore them, do be careful. Item here, and one last obstacle. Yeah. That fence between you and he will not stop him from hitting you. Actually, I have no idea what gender this thing is. I shouldn't say he. I'm not sure that gender is a thing for giants. I couldn't say. Alright, well. One last item here, Soul of a Great Hero and a torch. And this is what we came all this way for. Just in time, we got it. Soul of a Giant. If we examine again, we warp out. So, we had 2 Souls of a Giant already. We are now up to 3. Maplethorpe! Okay. And that is the memory of Amar. Although we will actually have to dip back in there for one more thing. Yeah, really. Okay, so giant memory number 2, I'm going the wrong way, is where the pursuer was, just beyond there. Oh yeah, this is a fire bow. What am I doing? Just bang. That's such a neat trick. Thank you so much for pointing that out, Skippy. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't work in the original Dark Souls. You only get element damage from a bow if you're also using that element arrow. That is actually something Dark Souls 2 does differently from the original game. So I hadn't really considered the usefulness of that. Completely out of spells. How do I keep running that down so low so quickly? Hey, check it out, it's Benhart. Fancy seeing you here.
Well, we meet again. What are you doing here? Who'd have thought we'd meet in a place like this? Fate just won't let us stay apart, will she? See, the old sword's got your attention. Well, you've a good eye then. That has been in my family for generations. They say it is crafted with moonlight. And we all know what that means. It wards off evil. And I wouldn't trade her for all the riches in the world. It's said that no man has ever teased out the sword's true power. But in the right hands.
Judy, you were meant to be only with me. Na 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 na. Judy, you were born in
I
moonlight.
see you've taken a liking to the sword. Well, I applaud you, for you've a sharp eye.
Oh,
But listen, if you still, then you will.
actually, I think he repeats that.
To you.
Oh,
I'll never forget it.
sorry, I thought he was repeating a
I,
line.
Ben Hart, swear by my honor to aid you in your darkest hour, so no problem, pal.
And he keeps that promise too.
Aye.
Yeah. You don't actually have to kill him if you want the sword. And that's actually not the real Moonlight sword anyway. Magarold is right. It actually is a fake. Well, to Dusk Herb. Get back a good chunk of my spells here. Wuzzle! Memory of Oro. This one's a bit labyrinthine. This one will take a number of visits. Look at this asshole. Look at this fucking bullshit. What the fuck? Do a flip! Ah! And what do you know? Benhart's in here now, too. And this is his final location. He simply stays here now.
Oh, look at you, old friend. I see your travels way upon you yet. Just remember, I'm always ready to help. My homeland is in the Far East, a kingdom of honorable fighting men. And this sword yet awaits a true man to wield it. I know how swords think, you see.
How he's able to stay in here indefinitely, I have no idea. Also, why this is his final destination, I couldn't tell you.
My homeland, and this I know.
But we still have to fight another boss battle with him in order to get his gift. Don't worry, there is one coming up. Alright, so there's sort of a couple ways through here. I'm going to go this way to show you that you shouldn't go this way. I mean, look at this. To be fair though, this is actually the fastest way to get through to the illusion. Oops. So, you probably missed what actually just happened to my character. But it's also what I wanted to show off. You see that? Yeah, that's where it is. There is someone manning that ballista. That is what hit me. We are not going to go out that way. We are going to still end up in that area. But we will take a different approach. You'll see how we do it. I'm going to head up the steps here. Looks like you can go up in that direction, but you actually can't. Up here, we've got some... Despite looking like the peons from the beginning of the game, They're actually pretty resilient in here. Oh man, he was standing right in front of it too. Really? Okay. So we could go further up the steps. There's also Pharos' lockstone contraption here. Mere fading soul. There's the face. So in here we have ourselves trapped chest. Once that dissipates, we can grab ourselves 3 souls of a hero, and you can see there's yet another Pharos' lockstone contraption up ahead. But as perhaps you could tell by this vast quantity of messages around it, yeah. Do not stick your stone in there. It does not lead to anything other than causing a trap to materialize out of the wall here. You see that gap? Yeah, it's loaded with a razor-sharp blade, which is going to, try to say hello to your face. Oh, so you only just discovered that just now, huh? Alright. Fascinating way to discover it, yeah. Alright, well. Maplethorpe! That never gets old. Man, I really want to rest at a bonfire right now. Not exactly convenient to get to, though. Aw, he turned around. How disappointing. Oops. Taking an extra swing with this whip is problematic. Maplethorpe! When the old whip, like, contacts anything, it takes a durability chunk. Even, like, a corpse. It's basically double tapping everything you hit with it, which is why its durability just totally goes in the toilet so quickly. I don't know why it does that. Oops. That's satisfying. Maplethorpe! Do I have any twinkling titanite, I wonder? I know this much. I got a lot of poppables. The old whip has no scaling on it, correct? Oh, it does. No, it actually does. I don't know why I thought it didn't. Confusing it for something else. Well, let's go to McDuff real quick and make the most of this. I don't know how much Twinkling Titanite I'm sitting on. I have a Hexer character that dual wields Dark Old Whips +5. It's just delightful. It's just so delightful. Well, I have 5 Twinkling Titanite. I can make this Old Whip +1 and Old Whip +3. Or I could make my Enchanted Santier's Spear +5. Max that out. Oh, I'm packing a good amount of Petrified Dragon Bone, and I haven't been using boss-based weapons much at all. Oh, Blue Flame +4 is a possibility, although I honestly would only really want to do that if I've got a second Blue Flame. But before long, I'm going to have a superior option anyway. I should probably get the Dark Drift leveled up. Oh, the Ice Rapier is another really good one. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and show the Old Whip some love here. I am very fond of that. The Old Whip actually has some fairly decent dex scaling on it, which I would be neglecting. I like Lucatiel's vest a lot. My vanilla Dark Souls 2 character actually wears that. Between the dual-wielding Blue Flames and the crown I have that character wear, I've had people tell me that that character looks exactly like a King of Spades from a deck of playing cards. And it's like, that's not what I was going for, but I absolutely love that that's the case. Because that's pretty amazing. The strength of the Avalon. Why not? Let's go ahead and buff up the shield crossbow. I actually do really like that thing. I actually do some item farming. I'll have to remember the Watch Dragon Parma. Get that leveled up a bit further. And I am a big fan of the Dark Drift. I'm probably going to be using that at some point. Get that up a bit. Here's the big one, infusing. Pretty sure... Well, One interesting thing about infusing the Black Witch's staff is that it will not actually affect its scaling factors at all. It's entirely the alteration of the base values. So we can actually do some simple arithmetic here. We're losing 15 fire, lightning, and dark. And we are gaining 43 magic. That is an overall loss of 2 damage. But what we then gain is that the sorceries we cast with it will hit harder. That much more. That's significant. If you were also going to be using hexing, well, then you'd be significantly reducing how much damage you deal with hexes. Not as much as you gain out of your sorceries, but still, it's a trade-off. But this character's not using hexes at all, so I actually have no reason not to do this. Let's go ahead and put a faint stone on that, and that should only help us in that regard. The blue flame, if you do infuse that with magic, yeah, they kind of nerfed that. You actually do lose a good chunk of damage when you do that, although you're also affecting its scaling a bit. Your int would have to be up pretty high to really make that well worth it, but it's an option, I guess. It's a thing you can do. Not sure what I would want to do with the Dark Drift here. Might just want to leave it as it sits, honestly. It sure is tempting to, especially given our int value. Yeah, that's 303. That becomes 212 twice over. Again, that's comes down to the resistance values the enemies have and your scaling factors and whatnot. Kind of wish these were the same plus level at the moment. I could much more easily compare the two. Oh well. Interestingly, the shield crossbow, yeah, it doesn't gain a number there. I could make it enchanted. Again, as a crossbow, it has no scaling factor. Making it enchanted gives it one that it would not otherwise have. Might as well, actually. Zero reason not to. No! Yeah. That's why... Yeah, that's one of the nice things about Enchanted. And it keeps all the damage physical. I figure under most circumstances you would actually deal more damage, you know, on a build if you simply went for, you know, magic infusion or fire or whatever. But when it comes to the crossbows in particular, they're a little weird. They don't get a compensation factor, so you're often losing out on the deal. You can make them raw and just straight up have a higher base, or if your int is high enough that the scaling factor would be better than what you'd gain going raw, then you can make it enchanted. And yeah, then there's the old mundane stone, which I mean, if all of your stats are 20, then the mundane boost is 120, and that would still be better than a raw Avalon, but that's a lot of work to get there. Very much locks your character progression down, and yeah, as you can see, the base is so low that unless and until you make that happen, you're actually severely handicapping it. Yeah, it used to be just having the number like most other weapons, and it was just way too broken. That's why the base value goes so low on a crossbow if you try to make it mundane. That is a needed balancing factor. So let's see. These are both still standard Avalons. If I made one raw, it would be 93 base instead of 85. Let's go ahead and make one enchanted while we're here. I actually don't have the strength to get the full stats on it anyway, so it might not be the easiest thing to compare. But just out of curiosity here. Well, the enchanted one, 85 minus 18. The unenchanted one, 85 minus 34. And, well, the difference between 34 and 18 would be 16. And you're only getting 8 out of raw. So, yeah, enchanted is actually better for me. Little surprise there. Figured worth checking on, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna take that off. Yeah. Speaking of which, I've got some poppables, and I'm pretty sure that I want to... Oh, you know what? I should actually visit Strayed. Because I think he's the one that accepts the Ancient Dragon Soul. I don't think Ornifex can? Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, she does! Alright, so that's one you'll just have to make a choice on. Oh no, he actually doesn't. Okay. I haven't taken the Spotted Whip yet. One of the most effective poison weapons in the game. So noted. Well, I was doing 404, and I'm now doing 462. It's not one-shotting them in melee anymore, though. I am actually dealing slightly less. Enough to make the difference. You? Come on already. You can knock that the hell off. Frickin'... How the hell do you never run out of spells? That's what I want to know. How do I do that? I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often. I'm referring to an enemy. Yeah. Ancient Dragon Soul, Curved Dragon Greatsword. Chances I will be using that are exactly nil. So... Oh. Yeah, unlike the original Dark Souls, we do not have an achievement here for acquiring all the rare equipment in the game. Thanks, Sanity. So, yeah, I could actually just pop that soul for experience. Something that I instinctually don't like to do, but totally could. So yeah, it's like, honestly, at this point, it's like, I'm holding on to all of these for some reason, but I really don't need to. I could literally pop each and every one of these. Well, I suppose the Demon of Song Soul, I would still want to get the Spotted Whip, but... yeah, it's like, I kinda don't care. Yeah, the, I did mention in a previous episode the bonus souls that you get on, Intensity 2 Plus when you beat the 4 grade old ones. There's some really nice things that you can get out of that, but, I'm trying to not go too deep into what happens in later playthroughs. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, we gotta leave the people something to do themselves, something to discover on their own. There are quite a few things in the game that are added and or changed on a later playthrough. It's well worth exploring. One thing that I will not be popping are these Souls of a Giant. Do not do that. I will explain why later. For now... yeah, just trust me on this for now. Don't do it. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. I'm thinking about it. Let's go ahead and do this. I actually don't know how much it's gonna give me. 75,000. Okay. So, yeah. 16,000 for the Throne Defender. 16,000 for the Throne Watcher. Yeah, it's like these things add up. If you actually pop them. I can afford several levels now. Oh, she's doing the feet wiggle. I love it when the Emerald Herald does the feet wiggle. Aw, she didn't have to get up.
Bearer of the covenant.
Okay, I have enough souls now to level up 6 times. Huh, it's tempting to put it all in attunement and just get that much closer to a 7th slot. Could put it all into endurance, get 3 points of physical defense and a noticeable increase in stamina. If I put it all in int, cast speed goes up a little. If I put it all in faith, that would certainly make the Black Witch's staff a lot deadlier in melee. I shouldn't neglect dexterity too much either. This is supposed to be a dex int build, and it's gone pretty much all int. Like, oops, all int. Maybe split the difference, 3 int, 3 attunement. I kind of want to get to 50 base int. Yeah, we're gonna put it in int. I ain't playing with you anymore. Alright, Forest of Fallen Giants. Cardinal Tower. Hopefully I'll start one-shotting enemies with this again. That's not a whip. Maplethorpe. A life gem. I'm just gonna pop that right now. Oh, I had two. Okay. Oh, shit. I can't believe I just did that. I went in the wrong memory. We've done this one already. You know what? I might be able to... Can I feather out of a memory? I can. Okay. Well, that was stupid. Is he some sort of kamikaze type person? Are you done yet? There we go. Oops. So we need to go this way. Bye. Why do I try to parry in this game? Whoops, that's not my flask. There we go. Oh, whatever. This statue head here. Really? Alright, here we go. Maplethorpe. Maplethorpe. Okay, going straight up the steps. Ooh, this is kind of ugly. Really? Ugh. Alright, do be careful up here, because the ballista you see back there is manned. You're wondering what just hit me. Well, it's a shot from a ballista. Although that giant took one just then. Right! That's enough out of you two! Oh crap, well, so much for that idea. I'll just shoot you. Really? Ugh. Alright, so this big ol' area out here. That door that we didn't want to go through before is that one down there. Come out onto this walkway here to... Holy crap! Do I look like a pincushion to you? Don't answer that. I think I can take cover here. Yeah. Oops. I swear I know how to aim. Okay, so with that formality taken care of, we can grab this. Soul of a Brave Warrior here. A couple of places you can drop down. One is onto this little platform there. You might wonder what purpose there is to going on that, and well, it's just so that you don't fall further in one go and kill yourself. That is the objective for the area. But we can be more thorough than that. Alright. There we go. Yeah, just to show you. Soldier in here. Completely ignoring Ben Hart. Yeah, just connecting those dots up for you again. Alright, oh, what the... Where the hell did you come from? Were you on an upper ledge and jumped down? Jumped down? That was weird. Anyway. Running out of time again. Let's grab those very valuable items in that corner, and then we have this hiding here. Hustle up this ladder. Grab this. Hey, Cal. Oh, damn it! Almost. Almost got that in time. Alright, well, the whip is almost exhausted. I'll have to swap something else in its place, like this notched whip +7. To be a particularly unpleasant Maplethorping. Maplethorped! Yeah, it's very tough to get things done in this area. It's very large for one that you are forced to restart every few minutes. Oh, nice. counter hit. Just watch this crossbow bolt fire right in front of my face. Did I say crossbow? I meant ballista. Yeah, slightly. In the cosmic sense, yeah. Why has this guy not suffered from bleed yet? I do like a bleed build, actually. I do think it's an interesting mechanic to try to take advantage of. There we go. It certainly does shine there. You really need the Shadow Gauntlets. And the Covenant of Blood Ring. Or you're really wasting your time. Also, Mablethorped. Right, so... this one... Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Breaking that releases this wheel and causes the platform that was up there to drop down to there. And you might wonder, well, is that, like, useful at all? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. Although I have the tendency to miss it. Oh. And sure enough, I missed it. But there is actually... Oh, is there a second step to this that I'm forgetting? There is a hidden area that you can access through there. I am doing a really crappy job of getting through this area in time. I am going to ignore you and just come here and grab this item. It's 3 wilted dusk herbs. Yeah, you see in there, we can go in there. I swear we can. And it's the last thing I need to show off in this area. Mablethorped. empty flask. Damn it. This is just... This deal keeps getting worse all the time. Alright, I swear I'll get this. I don't have to go that same way again, since I did get that item on the roof this time. I can totally level again, I know I can. I hope my chat room isn't broken or something, because I have not seen anybody chat anything since, like, I started. Ah. Alright, that works. Good to know.
There.
Bang. Get a cast speed boost on that one as well. It's enough to increase the fire bonus as well, good. Hooray. Doopy-doopy-doo. Do you freaking mind? Thank you. Wrong one, Adam. I saw a genius tweet the other day. It showed an image of another tweet. A mock-up of a tweet image. A tweet posted by your cat who is hungry. And, you know, the text is like, meow, 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 meow. And then it had below it one of those, you know, exclamation points in a circle, and said, you know, much like Mr. President's tweets, saying this cat has actually been properly fed and is being a little bitch right now. Yeah. Yeah. The hunger of this cat is disputed. Yeah, keep in mind there are two ballisti back there, and they're both trying to shoot at you. Although, you can't use that to your advantage. Oh, damn, you just missed the guy. That's unfortunate. Would have been meat. Ah! Twice you missed. Wasting my time. I don't have that to spare. Maplethorpe! You're not dead yet. Sheesh. Gotta be kidding me. Alright, I guess I'll try walking onto it from a wider angle. There we go. And then we can step... Ew, come on! Are you fucking kidding me? Well, that was where I needed to go. And I don't think I have the time to do another lap. Let's do this then. Let's actually come up here, meet the objective, get the soul of a giant, leave that way so I don't have to do that again. I'm going in there, I swear it. I swear you can. It's all connected. This is a total non sequitur, but as I'm running through this place for like the 4th or 5th time, Tetris Effect connected on Game Pass. Holy crap. Yes. So here's the problem with it, and it's pretty huge. People quitting out of online matches. Happens all the time. The score attack modes were designed in such a way that even after your opponent has already been surpassed, you're intended to keep playing to get the highest score you can. Your opponent will never let you do this. They will quit early, and when that happens, your win isn't recorded. What fucking idiot coded this? That is... Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, especially when it comes to programming. Why do people keep making the same mistakes, you know, decades after decades, over and over again? This isn't hard, people. What the fuck? Oh, that's unpleasant. So hopefully they come to their senses and patch that shit. Maplethorpe. Ugh. If they do that, the game's pretty much perfect. Single player is just freaking amazing. And, co-op mode strikes me as being pretty damn unique. I just wish that, you know, randoms online didn't suck so much at it. It's so frustrating. It's like you'll often have one good partner, but the third person ruins it for the other two. It's like we have this triple wide matrix we need to fill in lines on, and we've got, you know, you're filling in, you're dropping your pieces as soon as you can. It's turn-based between you. It's like you drop your piece, and then they drop their piece, and then the third person is like, let's see, where should I put this piece? And then, yeah, it's like the whole clock has just run out before they actually drop the damn thing. It's so obnoxious. It's like you can't afford to do that. Okay. So I swear it's possible to get in here. There we go. Okay. Fucking finally. Now we just have this guy to not die to. You know what? No. Just suck a soul spear. Thank you. I do not want to have to come in here again. Some spices. And this one. Three bonfire ascetics. Have fun with those. Yeah, that's that. Although you can come out the back way, so to speak. And, yeah, the item there. So at this point, you've finally seen this whole area. Although we will have to peek our nose back inside of it one last time. Tiny bit later. NBD. I missed the roof, darn. I'm just gonna lay low. And just let the mist thin. You can see it's all turning black and white, and out we go. Okay. Another item there. Dropped a helmet. Okay, so I want to draw your attention to something. I'm going to stand here and look this way. So we've got a little raised platform with a stairwell to our left. That's where the nest is. Giant statue there. And what looks to have been another giant statue back this way, but as you can see, it is missing its head. Its head is here. To it. And that statue there, it has its head, but it's missing its arm. That is its arm right there. Hand. It's the giant sword that we've been running out onto. Okay, so with that detailed, as you see, you're about to be quizzed on that. We've got one more memory to visit. One more memory of a giant. Wood arrows, nice. And it is out. Firebomb? Good idea. That way it's not taking up a slot in my inventory. Probably could have taken a different route, but that's alright. Probably could have just used the Aged Feather. It's not like you use it up at any point. I don't know why I feel like I need to save it. Time to head back to this bonfire. Could have gone just down the ladder there. Yeah, remember this one? Yes. Wuzzle. I think, maybe. I think you can leave a summon sign in this one. Oh, no, you actually can't. I stand corrected. Yeah. But here's Benhart's summon sign. We will go ahead and pull him in. Yeah, this is the memory of Jay, in case you missed it when it came up there. And there is actually another summon sign that you may have noticed in here, but it's gone. You can only have one or the other. It's Captain Drummond, who we spoke to in that other memory of Vemar. But, you don't get anything special for using Drummond, and you do for using Benhart, so bring Benhart along. Here we have a fog gate. And, yeah. Look familiar? In fact, that statue still has its head. And, there are, like, flame catapults and stuff out in the distance. There's a bonfire ascetic there. And that is an extremely important one. I'll explain why later. For right now, there's some giants I need to fight. And there it goes! Make sure that you're not, where that's going to land. Yeah, they blew the head off of the statue. And there it is. If you're having trouble with the blasts from the catapult, they do always land in the exact same spot. You can always put on the flame quartz ring. And here's the giant lord. Benhart is dutifully already engaged with, and I gotta help him because I need to beat this guy before Benhart falls. Oh, ow. So this guy probably doesn't look familiar to you in any real way, shape, or form, except perhaps in his stature and in the way that he attacks. Remember the last giant? Remember how the last giant was like, oh, when you walk in? It's because he fucking remembers you! Because it just so happens that you're the one who done dropped him way back when. Time loop! Giant Lord Soul and Giant's Kinship, the latter being a key. Fire seed up here as well. And, we've also got this to go back for. Old Radiant Life Gem, and I think that's... Ow! I think that's everything. Nothing out that way. And there is our last soul of a giant. Okay. So, if you have vanilla Dark Souls 2 and none of the DLC, that is the 4 memories that you can visit. The dragon memories, and then that of the giants. This is the only one you actually have to enter. In order to beat the game, you do actually have to fight the giant lord and get giant's kinship. I will look at that next. It's listed as a key item. There it is, yep. Grants access to the throne room beneath castle. Each king has his rightful throne, and when he sits upon it, he sees what he chooses to see. Or perhaps it is the throne, which shows the king only what he wants. The flames roar, but will soon begin to fade, and only a worthy heir might burnish their light. What is it truly a claimant of the throne could desire? If we went back to where we fought the Throne Watcher and Defender, the Throne of Want, underneath Castle Dranglake, the Fog Gate would be back. If we stepped through it, we would fight the original final boss. Spoiler alert, it's Nashandra. You knew that. You saw that coming. Actually, I might have even mentioned it once already. Beat her, and you'll get the standard ending. But yeah, we're not going to settle for that. We're going to get the full, proper, good ending that they added along with the DLC and the final patch of vanilla, and of course was present from day one in the Scholar Edition. So yeah, we are going to go through the DLC areas. Oh boy. But first, there are a couple little things I want to do. I did say we needed to pop back into the other 2 memories. They were waiting for us to do this. And we have done that now, so we can pop in there. Oh yeah, I should read the description on the soul. Soul of the Giant Lord, who once conquered Dranglake. Vendrick crossed the seas, took prisoner the giants, and brought them back to his castle, clapped in irons. However, after this modest triumph, his countenance could be seen to grow darker with each passing day. Right, so in case you haven't figured it out, and if you haven't, I don't blame you. The character plot, so to speak, I mean, I already told you that the plot of the game itself is really meta, but the story of the kingdom is actually character-based. So Vendrick was urged by Nashandra, his queen, to pillage the bounty of the giants who live in a kingdom across the sea. And, yeah, he went there, took some prisoner. The giants were a peaceful lot, and, they weren't happy about this. They were not aggressive, but, you know, they're giants. They do know how to fight back. And, well, they decided that justice was more important than pacifism, which I totally agree with. And, yeah, they decided to come here and kick his ass. And they very much succeeded. King Vendrick basically had to retreat, run away, hide, you know, take the king's passage out of the castle, hide in the Shrine of Amana. That was where, he basically went hollow. He left his soul down there. I'll prove that to you later. So the reason I came back in here is to actually talk to Drummond again. Now that we've beaten the Giant Lord, he's got something for us.
Take these. I think you may just need them.
There is the Dranglake Helm. We had the rest of the Dranglake set.
Why? I just do. Be gone with you.
And then he repeats what he said before. So yeah, it's like we had the rest of the Drang Lake set for a while. It's on that little drop-off in the Forest of Fallen Giants. You get the armor, the leggings, the gauntlets. You might have wondered where the, if there was a helmet. The answer is yes. But it's here. Much, much further ahead in the game. There it is. A traditional Drang Lake helmet belonged to Captain Drummond. In his day, King Vendrick was fair and just and expected the same of his liegemen. This helm was proof of King Vendrick's trust and honor until his transfiguration. Right, so Vendrick, you remember him walking around in a circle inside of the end of the crypt. But yeah, remember we grabbed the King's Ring out of his equipment pile and there were those golden sparklies at that pile? Yeah, if you have any of the DLC, you can visit the King's Memory. And I'm going to have to go do that shortly to show that off. And that is basically where the DLC quest starts. Right, I need to go back to through here. So for those of you who have been counting, the Giant Lord would be the third boss we've beaten with Benhart. With that having been done, we can now, just as we did with Lucatiel, go back and talk to him. And get his unique gift. Do remember that when it comes to Lucatiel, Mablethorpe, you do need to make sure you meet the requirements before you talk to her at Aldea's Keep, because once she leaves there, you won't be seeing her again in that form. Benhart, however, stays here, so you can meet his get his third fight after the fact.
We have outwitted death a good many times. My dear friend, take these.
And there's his complete set of equipment, all 4 bits of armor, his shield, and yes, his sword.
My homeland, and
There it is. The blade of this great sword shines like the brilliant rays of the moon. In the oldest legends, rarely spoken of today, it is said that the sword was born of a great white being. Then, what explains this lifeless weapon? Perhaps there has been some mistake. Yeah, this is actually a fake. If you want to get your hands on the true what is it called? The Moonlight Greatsword. Not the Blue Moon Greatsword, but the Moonlight Greatsword. The real one. I'll give you a hint. It requires a bonfire ascetic if you're going to get it in your first playthrough. It requires the old Pale Drake soul. And if you think about it the right way, you should already know, if you've been paying attention, what that means. You should know what you have to do. It deals pure magic damage, not physical, magic. It scales based on int. And it shoots out magic blasts on strong attacks. It does cost chunks of durability to shoot those blasts. Bracing Knuckle Ring will reduce that. Yeah. If you infuse it with magic, you are reducing its base, but you are enhancing its scaling factor significantly. Curiously, if you make it enchanted, you turn its damage physical. It's just an odd effect that ends up having if you do it that way. And note that because it's dealing magic damage instead of physical, unless you do, you know, infuse it that way, things like the Ring of Blades will not increase the damage it deals. It's one of those things to look into. There is another thing that will add some physical damage to it. But we haven't actually encountered that yet. Oh, and one other little fun thing to note, that if you're parried when you're doing the strong attack to shoot the magic projectile will still hit. So there's actually that little extra safe bit about it. Yeah, so there's a little something for you to experiment with and look forward to. Because it's a bonfire intensity 2+ circumstance, I am not going to be demonstrating it. It's like, I want to show you pretty much everything I know about this game regarding a first playthrough, where everything is, all the best strategies. But part of the reason why I do these sorts of masterclass streams is to encourage people to play these things for themselves. Give them a place to start. Let them know that it's not impossible, it's quite doable. It's very, very rewarding. And I always want to make sure that I leave something for people to be able to discover for themselves. And it just so happens that for this game, there are quite a few things that are added and or changed on later playthroughs. Adding, you know, to bonfire intensity. I will simply leave you to discover those for yourself when you play through this game at some point. And if you are watching, learning, and appreciating this, I hope you do at some point. That's my take on it, anyhow. Yeah, it's like, I could use a bonfire aesthetic right here in Majula right now, and Volgan will have an interesting thing to sell. It's something that's actually very popular in player versus player situations. But, yeah.
Power of the curse until hope.
Yeah. And, yeah, and it would be a useful, helpful thing to do, but nope, I'm good. I'm not going to show off that sort of thing at this time. You know what? Let's put a couple points into endurance, get that physical defense to go up another point, and a couple more points of stamina never hurts. And then I'm going to put this last one in attunement, and I think I'm going to start increasing attunement until I get another spell slot. Because I'm running out of spells rather frequently. Look at this, I am down to 42 souls. I had like just enough to that level. That last one. Alright. There is one other thing that I want to visit, but actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and do that now so I don't forget. I should have done this several streams ago. I'm going to visit the Iron Keep and get the Dragon Covenant unlocked so you can see that. I keep forgetting to do that. It works exactly the same way it does in the original Dark Souls. Magarold is the one that you trade in the dragon scales to rank up in the Covenant. And it gives you pretty much the exact same things. Equipment that make you partially or fully draconic and give you special attacks and effects based on that.
What is that?
Oh crap. Yeah. There we go.
Fascinated by it. I'm begging you. Oh, very kind of you. This thing is amazing. Could it be a dragon egg? I feel invigorated just by holding it.
You can now join the Dragon Remnants Covenant.
What, you again?
Yeah, and he is now the Covenanter. Ancient Dragon Seal and Dragon Eye unlocked as soon as you join. I know I've got at least one Dragon Scale to turn in. Just the one. Bandit gauntlets and boots over there.
Very well.
Alright, and, because every covenant has a ring. Ring of the Dragon Remnants Covenant slightly increases Estus Flask HP recovery. It's a neat little effect. Possessing a dragon scale is proof of its owner's prowess. Strength should always be displayed boldly and meted out justly. Members of the Covenant who bear dragon scales can fight with one another. The survivor of the duel claims the dragon scale of the opponent. Just like the original, it doesn't actually work that way. You, put your special dragon sign down using the dragon eye, and someone can accept you in, and, winner gets a dragon scale. You don't steal it from them, it just appears. You just get one. So that's how you do that. I realized that's something that I should have done several episodes ago, and, well, maybe just one episode ago. Could have done it at the end of the last session, but I kind of forgot to. Alright, so, Undead Crypt, Undead Ditch. I could fight Vendrick right now if I wanted to. I don't want to. I can wait. In order to show you the good ending, in order to face the true final boss that got added, I actually do have to beat Vendrick. It's a prerequisite. Remember, drop off, get this guy before he rings the... I rang the bell! Well, shit. Well, you get to see what happens when that occurs. Well, if I have to fight these guys again, let's actually make the most of it. Why did the bell ring again? Where the hell did you come from? That's right, a second one pops out, don't they? Okay, so, Jester's Cap raises item discovery, so let's put that on. And, I can brave being without the bracing knuckle ring for this. Let's put on the covetous gold serpent ring there. And that should raise my item discovery up a bit, hoping to get a blue flame out of one of these pyromancers. You can see that there are 4 of them. Yeah, that's why you don't want that bell rung. Alright, well, he dropped something. Nice! Oh, that's, yeah! First try. I can dual-wield blue flames now. Watch this be a third. Yep! And where these guys pop out of is inexhaustible. You can't break these like you can the ones elsewhere in the crypt. So you can use that bell to respawn these guys a few times anyway. In order to... Yeah, the Dragon Rider here does not respawn, but we do have these armored knights still. Yeah, if you need to get yourself a blue flame or 2, you can farm it that way. Okay, so here's the deal with Vendrick. That big old sword, he'll swing around in a circle and cover quite a lot of area inside this small circular arena. Also, you have to face him alone when you do face him, because he is in a boss area beyond a boss area, and the summon signs just don't work. So this is absolutely positively a bright bug situation. You totally want to do that. You do get to get in the first few hits, you know, when you go to aggro him. If you fail to beat him the first time you face him, it's much like the Ancient Dragon, a fog gate will appear here. And when you go through it, it's, you know, proper boss battle time from the moment you walk in. You get a couple things for beating Vendrick, but most of them are actually not here. It's a long story, and I'll get to that when it happens. I don't actually intend to challenge Vendrick right this moment, because Skippy has not done anything yet for us this stream. He has been waiting very, very patiently. Oh, yeah, okay, so you've been playing yourself on your side, but yeah, it's like, as far as actual co-op is concerned, yeah, this all had to be single player. But I am going to tell you about the Vendrick fight now, simply because you could choose to fight him now if you want to. Completely optional. You don't have to beat him if you just want to finish the game and you don't mind getting the original lame ending. If you just want to say that you've beaten the game, you can go ahead and skip this fight entirely. But if you do want to try to challenge him, so here's the trick. He has a crap ton of health to begin with. But if you just wander right in and fight him like the first time you see him, you might find that he takes almost no damage, or just has way too much health. It's not just you. There is an actual multiplier effect on him. He is literally, by default, 32 times stronger than what he is intended to be when you fight him. This was an intentional design decision. You are not supposed to be able to beat him if you just wander in here and fight him to begin with. If you don't know what you're doing, you will easily burn up your one-time, beginner's luck advantage fight against him. You'll be giving him that one-time buff when he kicks your ass, because you will simply, exhaust the durability of all of your weapons before you kill him. Well, Santier's Spear is your best bet to not have that problem happen, obviously. Yeah, it's just, he is just way super too strong. So, you may wonder, how do you solve this problem? Remember these souls of a giant I have been telling you to not spend, but that you need to acquire? Each one that you have, up to 5, cuts that unfair boost they give him in half. That's why it's 32, 2 to the 5th power. If you have one soul of a giant in your possession, in your inventory, not used, not popped, actually physically sitting on your character's person, Vendrick's times 32 boost is cut in half. It is only times 16, which is still ridiculous. Every soul of a giant you have will cut it in half again. So with 2, he's down to times 8. With 3, he's down to times 4. With 4, he's down to times 2. And if you really don't want to fight the ancient dragon, you could try to beat him that way. I actually don't recommend it. I actually think it's easier and more rewarding to go ahead and beat the fake ancient dragon to get that 5th soul of a giant. That was why we had to fight him, to get that 5th soul of a giant, because I was not going up against Vendrick without it. Now that we have 5 souls of a giant, the multiplier is gone. Effectively, it is down to times 1, and we are actually fighting him at a reasonable amount of health and strength that we could expect a boss to have. I have the tendency to screw up this fight quite a bit. I'm not going to do it during time that Skippy's around. I am going to do it after he needs to leave for a session, and of course I also still have the Dark Lurker to beat that way as well. But the reason I have come back here is for this. The fifth and final place you can use the Ashen Mist Heart. Memory of the King. You will immediately leave the Memory of the King if you go up the stairwell. But amusingly, you can see Velstadt back there. In the memory, he's still there, guarding the Hollowed King. You can come in and out of here all you want. No big deal. And you can talk to the king. It's about the only thing you can do here. Vendrick will change what he says based on how many crowns you possess. There are 4 crowns in the game. 1 is his own. And if you want that, well, you're going to have to beat his hollowed form. The other 3 are all in the DLC areas. That is the main objective of each DLC area, to get the crown. Come back here with all 4, and you are given Vendrick's Blessing, which is an absolutely amazing effect that, well, chances are you don't need anymore because you've pretty much done everything you can do in a playthrough. Unless you've got a bunch of bonfire ascetics and you want to have some fun grinding things up that way. But yeah, I'm not going to spoil that for you, but I will show it off to you eventually. But for now, let's have a little chat.
Seeker of fire, coveter of the throne. I am Vendrick, ruler of Drang Lake.
Citation needed.
As flame rises, so does it fade. Such is the way of things. Do you intend to link the fire? Then you must first take the throne. Prove your worth. Find the ancient crowns. Seek adversity, and they will be yours. And your wishes granted. And your wishes granted.
And that's that. But again, with each crown that you get, you can come back here. Run at Velstadt. And his dialogue will change as you are making progress. Again, if you do not have any DLC, if you have Vanilla Dark Souls 2, but no DLC for it, even with the final patch, though I'm pretty sure those Twinklies will not be there and you cannot speak to the king. I might be mistaken, though. It might be that they actually do put it there. Oops. To visit, but yeah, it's you do actually need the DLC in order to be able to do anything further with him. I don't need to go out that way for anything. Alright. We had a lot of prerequisites to take care of, as it were. But we can now actually go back to doing things cooperatively. Shulva, Sanctum City. First bonfire, Sanctum Walk, because I didn't unlock everything. I was just trying to get to one objective my first time through here. And, hey, Skippy. How busy are you? Alright. things started here a little bit. That is not what I wanted to happen. Okay, now that is a serious issue. Oh, what do they call that in Japan? There's a name for that. School prank. They try to poke each other in the bum. That's what backstabbing with your fist looks like. I didn't actually hit the guy. That's unfortunate. The bonfire's fine. I'll work my way back to that. Okay. Oh crap! Hold up! Hold up! Okay. Someone actually did follow me up here. Okay. Name engraved ring, Krimmel. And there's your sign. Gotcha. Back to bracing knuckle ring. Right. Time to actually grab all the items in this damn area. This area is so nasty at the very beginning. Well, you're for that. No, you are for that one, okay. Whew. Yeah, I'm helping. I still have... No, I have. I don't. Okay. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Alright, I did get that up there, so, could just drop down there, I think, but... Oops. Nope. That was not what that was not where I needed to go. If you would be so kind, that'd be great. Pretty sure you can. Really? That's unfortunate. Yeah, if you can't use the switch, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to banish you. Multiplayer success is 23. Yeah, because the only way out of here is... is to warp. Feather, bone, or dark sign. Oh yeah, let me get the name engraved ring back on. I'm very reluctant to rest here. I really do not want to do that. Oh, does it? Oh, you know what? You're right. Fuck. Alright, I might as well rest then. Alright, I'll wait for you to switch that over. I'll have to... Oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. In the very near future, I may just be switching this character over to dual-wielding blue flames. But I am going to require some resources before I really make that happen. Already taken off. Yeah, it's like as soon as I start to summon you, I can take it off right then and there. Sworn that I'd... Oops. Nice! Sort of school of thoughts. Alright, well... Yeah! And disable voice chat. I think if you're on the middle platform and you're underneath, there's somewhere you can go on this. So instead of getting up on top of it, you step in here. Well, yeah. Alright. This is either big brain play or something really, really dumb. That was the middle, not the top. Was that the... Ah, fuck. Did I seriously just... I'm sorry. This one's on me. No, that is... I thought I was on top last time. But no, I guess I was on the middle. Son of a bitch. Hi. Bye. Wakey, wakey! I'll figure this out. Alright. Rest. Name engraved ring. Take 3. I did, but I don't have everything between the first and second bonfires. There's quite a bit that I haven't actually covered. I came in here for one thing and one thing only. Alright. Save the flask. Oh! Get this one guy who's pursuing me, and then I'll go back and get your sign. Oh, Dark Souls. Ah, Dark Souls. Okay. Spawned here yet. I do. There it is. So I hope the game isn't, like, getting sick of our shit. It's like, I've had it with you too. Da 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 da. What the hell? Ah, you're packing the lightning clutch ring, yeah. Okay, so this is the proper way to advance. This is where I thought I was going last time. Down here. Forget what one that affects. Aha! Right next door. Are you sure? Alright. Bye. I bet you thought I was wasting my soul arrows. Okay. So it's right around here that we start having lots of side paths that we can follow that I totally haven't. Oh dear. It's worth taking the hit to make sure he doesn't heal. Right, so we had to go down this way. Yeah, this should be very recognizable to you at this point. Yeah, that is... Oh, hi! Where did you come from? In front of the big bug room works. I think I actually did come in here. Yeah. Alright, yeah, because I grabbed that. Whoops. Oh, that Okay. Swap that off for something. I'm gonna have to switch to a different catalyst for now. I have to go back to the Witch Tree branch. And if I have to use... Oh, actually, I could use the Blue Flame. Maybe not making the most of that, but it's a thing. The third dragon ring is looking really thin right now. Steel protection? Chloranthy ring? Use these old school rings. Right, if we come... Yeah, this way. You can drop down here. Careful. And there's an item right back this way. 3 old growth balm, and in order to get back to the rest of the level, you just hop back to the stairs here. So there's a neat little loop, neat little route with another item to grab that I didn't before. And of course we can get up to here, this building, but we don't actually need to go this way. So I've already been on the roof here. Yeah, I already grabbed that. Hey, Courtier. Good to see you. Yes, I am aware of the fact that there is no game listed. That is because Twitch are idiots. They recently updated their game library to match that of some kind of a web service, without any thought as to what that would do to their own streaming app. That pulls the name of the game that's being played right off of the console. Dark Souls 2 is not separated out into Dark Souls 2 and Scholar of the First Sin in their new database, but it still very much is on console, so I am playing a game the system does not recognize. That's why it's blank. Because they're dummies. That's literally the reason. Yeah, fun in quotation marks, fun. Alright, and here is another way. I wouldn't hold my breath on that, Courtier. I would not hold my breath on that. So we can go this way now. We haven't actually gone this way. To this bug room. Do remember that if you break these polyps, you're spawning acid, equipment melting acid. That's why I had to switch those rings off. There's nothing out that way. But we have got a second floor here. You can fuck right off. There we go. And from this upper floor, we can finally grab this item that we were able to see from down there oh so many times. At last we can grab it ourselves. It is an Elizabeth mushroom. And we go back out. Well, we could go back out through here. As a matter of fact, I think we kind of need to, because of the drop down? Yeah, exactly. Looks like we're gonna have to jump! Although, I believe, you might be able to... No way in hell. Alright. You can just drop straight down. I mean, the floor is there, but it's a little further to fall. I don't think you can actually fall in that gap, but I'm not going to experiment with that right now. Okay. So we all know it's out that way, but let's refresh our memories about what's down here. I see that Skippy has been busy. Good work. And if we come out this way... Right, so there's the big old ziggurat, and now we actually have a way to get to it that you can see. But let's otherwise scope out what's around first. Yeah, so there's an item there, and there's a trigger here, and I do believe these are related. Nope. Actually, yeah, that is it. Yeah, it lines that up now. But death down there. We do still have another route or two. Heading back up here. Yeah, this is the way to get to the healing tree. We've got this we can go up to. I was having some issues here before. Yeah, that is a long way down, but that is actually a place we could drop down to. We've got the item up here, dried root. This is the same walkway, the same platform that we were on before. You can see the item on the corpse is still there. Let me throw the silver cat ring on real quick. Whee! Yeah, you just fall right back down in here. In case you were wondering. Alright, so now to go get that item. And to do that, we will have to head back toward the tree. We have, of course, seen this route many a time at this point. There's a bonfire coming up because I'm almost out of spells. Okay, so I ended up lowering one of these 4 ever so important platforms so that we can walk back onto it. And you can see that this pillar here has a pair of items on it. One is on a higher platform than the other. So what we need to do is figure out which switch lowers that platform. And it was not that one. Although I actually could use that one, come to think of it. There we go. There's your Thunder Quartz Ring +3, so that completes the set, as it were. We now have all 4 +3 quartz rings. And then we go this way, or not. Ah, shit. Yeah, this one's not trivial. Oh yeah, definitely. Power of Prayer. Okay. There's my blood stain right there below me. Alright, ow. Let me deal with that archer. I'm actually gonna have to buy more arrows soon. I like to just max it out. It's not too expensive, and then not worry about it for ages, but, I am actually starting to run low on inventory here. Okay, so what is the best method for getting that one? Yeah, I'm thinking what I want to do. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I could probably get to it from this one? Yeah, there we are. Little hop there. Dark Knight Stone. 2 of them. And although there's probably there's probably a method of jumping to get off of here, I'm just going to use the feather. Alright. Human effigy. Name engraved ring. Can actually invite Skippy back in here. How am I doing for, I have no twinkling titanite. None. Really? What? Were you farming? Really? Oh, and they just happened to, Well, you know, I wasn't being accusatory or anything, but... Oh, how about I raise that platform back up for you? Yeah, I almost didn't make it across here. Oops, hold on. Order of operations error here. Okay. Alright, only lowered that one in order to get the, to get those 2 items on that pillar. Having done so, we want all the pillars to be back up again. You ran out of floor, Skippy. Well, if I had anything broken I needed to repair, this would be the time and place, but I don't. Sheesh. So, you might be wondering about this item here. That item is a taunt and a half. We are a hell of a lot further away from that item than you might otherwise think. Boy howdy, are we ever. Not only are the DLC areas in general significantly harder than areas in the main game, but also there's an additional challenge area in each one of these. And they are really, really mean. Like, insanely so. And, yeah, that item is actually in that vicinity. Okay, so I do believe that that is, at long last, everything in this area that lies between the first and second bonfires. All finally taken care of. Let's take this moment. Level up real quick. Like I said, attunement. I'm gonna keep getting cast speed out of it. I'm gonna keep putting it in attunement until I get another spell slot. Really feel like I need that. Oops. You know what? I've got some big tier poppables here, and I'm gonna use them. Pop some of these boss souls, I won't miss them. I should visit Govlon at some point.
There until...
Indeed. Alright. So that happened. Shulva, Sanctum City, Tower of Prayer. Time to actually advance. Yeah. Excellent. Fantastic. Oh, I've actually already dropped down if you put the sign by the bonfire. Black boots, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this guy so he's not shooting at me. Alright, name engraved ring. Right, so we're heading up here. We're heading toward where the, those bridges, walkways were. Yeah, out that way. Oops. Ah, good enough. Whoa, okay. Tag, you're it. Yeah. Oh, I got him. Just in time. Oh, but there's another one here now. Two end up falling. Make that three? Holy crap. Oh, bad. Oh, even if I blocked that, I would have died. Totally would have just knocked me off the ledge there, I think. Alright, so, at long last we can advance. We could come in here, but there's really not much. Well, we've got this. 10 rusted coins. But yeah, it's yet another elevator whose switch is blocked off to us at the moment. Hello, how are you? See you later. Yeah, remember him from when I first came in here? Yeah, he's still around. Oh my fucking word. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I ran out of floor. I just wasn't even thinking about the way the floor turns there. It's just, break the jars by rolling through them. Maintain momentum. Save a couple seconds. Yeah, about that. I'm sorry. Alright, let me get my name engraved ring back on. I will stay at the bonfire this time. Okay. I am so sorry, Camden, and that one was my fault. That one was my fault entirely. Where is it? There it is. Alright. Summoning Skippy. I'm going to replace that with the Ring of Life Protection. I want my bloodstain back. I feel dumb enough as it is. I don't want to double death this. Alright, Silver Cat Ring. And Jester's Tights. I don't want to take any damage dropping down here. I can then immediately take these off. And make sure I'm not getting shot at. Well, I'm getting shot at, but I can't actually be hit from here. And, yeah, let's, Ring of Steel Protection. Yeah. The Chloranthy ring on for the Ring of Life Protection. Once I have my bloodstain back. Like a good little doobie. I can see it around the corner. It's taunting me. There is an item back here. I wasn't just breaking the jars for this purpose of breaking jars. Focus Souls Sorcery. A new one. Oh, shit. To Dark Souls 2, and it is DLC specific. That word. Thank you. Let's put... Oh, thanks. An ancient sorcery of Shulva, the Sanctum City, fires a focused beam of souls. The development of sorceries was stunted in Shulva as they were considered taboo. Even so, there were some occasional gems created by a group of nameless enthusiasts. This is a whopping 60 int requirement, and is the first sorcery to require 2 attunement slots to fill. You might wonder how awesome a spell has to be for that to be its requirement. And as it happens, it's actually pretty disappointing. It's so not worth it. Open Sesame. Those doors literally open when you approach them. The phrase, "said the spider to the fly," enters my mind every time I walk up to that door. So welcome to Dragon's Sanctum. There's a door back here that we can't open yet. There's another seeming portal there we can't use. Oh, right. Sorry. Friggin' switch right there next to it. Soul of a great hero and 3 dragon charms, as if to say, expect poison. Alright, so we could come down this way, but there's a little bit of a drop-off there, and that's actually a very, very mean place to get yourself trapped into. So let's not do that. Instead, we'll get to that from the other side later. You'll see how we do it. And instead, we're going to deal with this. Right. We actually can lock on to these guys. Sort of phantasmal looking opponents. As you can see, they're kind of badass. And they don't take a whole lot of damage. Yeah, it's like the reason the blue flame is dealing damage to them is because, well, it's a magic weapon in part. Go. Thanks. Alright, so the reason why those enemies are as they are is because they're actually non-corporeal. They're just spirits or souls. Specifically those of the knights that are lying on these tombs. You can see the red glowing from them. And we can actually do something about these. By smashing them, you see that the knight associated with it becomes corporeal, and now we can damage it as normal. And that is a permanent effect, so that first one that we faced will now be corporeal if we come back through here again. Interesting little mechanic they threw in for this area. 50 destructive great arrows, those are fun in PvP. Katarina Helm, if you want to look like an onion knight. Soul Vessel. Sells for quite a bit at Goblin. 5 Old Growth Balm. And a Titanite Slab. All sorts of things. Alright, so with that mopped up, we can now head out this way. Mind the switches. Also mind the poison fog surrounding this enemy. You don't take poison just being near them. So, if you're forced to go melee only, I strongly suggest things like the Poison Bite Ring, and make sure you've got your moss and charms handy. So that's your arrow trap right there. And this is the trigger for it. Oh, shit! Skippy was in line of that. Yeah, I wanted to set it off on purpose so I didn't get it accidentally get myself shot at, but you apparently were right in line with it. Yeah, oh shit, that's right, there's a second trigger for it that I just hit. So this is that area behind the drop-off I pointed out before, and you can see there's a couple enemies hiding down in there, including a fricking black witch of sorts. Not quite the same kind that's in the crypt, but a very similar sort of opponent. I'm sure Skippy can finish that off. So, up here, we have ourselves another chest. It's a crossbow trap. 3 dried root. And here we have another portal, and again it has a switch to open it. You have to look up. I'll shoot that with an iron arrow. I said I will shoot that with an iron arrow. There we go. Open sesame. This chest has 5 Twinkling Titanite and 3 Petrified Dragon Bone. Well worth the time and effort. Alright, so now we can drop down in here, and let me make sure I grab item back here. Human effigy. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Huh. Yeah. So there's a soldier up here, but yeah, you can just poke him to death through the hole. There's apparently nothing he can do about that. Sanctum Priestess Tiara. Tiara of the Eternal Sanctum Priestesses. Prevents effects that block spells. Huh. This... Yeah. Its name eludes me at the moment. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. This tiara has been warped by poison, adding to its already peculiar design. It is said that the priestesses sang to preserve the dragon's deep slumber, but one wonders if a single phrase of their song ever reached the dragon's ears. Alright, oh, I actually did not mean to put it on. But it's kind of neat there. Alright, so let me drop that for you. Damn it. Hold on. I can do this. Yeah. Inventory. There we go. And let's leave. There we go. Alright, so this switch is a little easier to see. And it will rotate this odd sort of double circle thing a quarter revolution each time you step on it. Step on it once and that soldier will just walk right out there and try to fight you, but dealt with him already. With that done, we can now actually step through there. But the big brain thing to do is to realize that when you're standing on this thing, you can actually rotate yourself up and go into where Ambusher was. So if it drops an item, you actually can come up here to get it. And then just drop down afterward. Yeah, that's the other side. Oh, it won't trigger for you? Yeah, I can do that. Oh. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, I'm thinking. Maybe a bank shot with a throwing knife? If I fire an arrow up at just the right angle, I might be able to have it come back to... No. Sorry. I don't think I planned for this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just dismiss you yet again, I guess. Meet back up with you later. Yeah. Okay. So this is a particularly intimidating area, I must say. We've got a... oh, here, just straight up have a repair powder item. This place again? We have here a sealed platform, and again, you would need to find a switch to open it. Oh, I almost walked right down in there, and I definitely didn't want to yet. Here's a switch. Oh, I actually did get it. Nice. Oh, but that's not for you. Where is the switch for that one? I forget. Skippy, off the top of your head, do you remember where that switch is? It's probably trivial enough. It's up ahead, right? Okay, I'm gonna jump over that pit for now, but yeah, there are actually things in there to go get eventually. Ah, here we go. Here's a switch. We have a route here, but we've got some opposition. Oh dear. Kinda asked for that, unfortunately. Oh, glorious, I've been poisoned. Monastery charm. Alright, so you put a sign down around here? Alright, let's get the name engraved ring on and look for that. As, I mean, there's a fight up ahead that, boy howdy, am I going to want to get all the help I can. There it is. To continue walking out this way, I don't think there is anything out here. Yeah. I believe so? I think I hit it? Yeah. Yeah, it's recessed. I got it. Alright. Yeah. Probably shouldn't have demonstrated that with my face. But yeah, this... yeah. Oh! It's this switch right there on the floor right in front of us that we're standing on. Yeah. Right, so just... oh, yay! Alright, go for it. So yeah, you can totally use that trap to your own benefit. By luring the... ew! Skippy, did you step on it again? got some chests down here. 3 Twinkling Titanite, 3 Petrified Dragon Bone. Good stuff. This one has 3 Bolt Stone and 3 Bleed Stone. And this one, oh boy, has the Puzzling Stone Sword. This is one of those weapons that some people will make a beeline for at the start of a new run, to get their hands on it as quickly as possible. The Puzzling Stone Sword has very low requirements and some of like the best dex scaling in the game. And get this, it's a straight sword, but it also has some properties of a whip. A sword with a segmented blade. When swung, its segments separate and the sword strikes in a whipping slash. Crafted with a rare magnetic stone of remarkable strength, only found deep within caves of the gutter. Right, so this thing, its strong attack does the whole, segmented blade thing, as seen in lots of anime and like Ivy Valentine and Soul Calibur. Yeah, Sean has it in World Heroes Perfect. So yeah, this is one of the better weapons in the game if your character is designed in such a way to take advantage of it. Alright, I will be very careful to not hit that switch. Alright, and the way to proceed actually is down this hole. Although, I think I opened up the door up there. I'll have to go back to that at some point. I want to say that these lead to the same place, but I might be mistaken. No, that's definitely something else. Alright, they kind of go... You can get from one to the other, but yeah, they're two very different approaches. This one is a big drop down into a big old bug room. We will get there from the other direction, and we'll show you how you do that. That might actually be the safer way to drop, but this is going to be the easier one to follow along with, so I'm going to take you this way. You can see that we've got lots of spikes on the floor, and, well, you know what these enemies mean. We need to find another coffin to smash. And until then, this guy is going to be an extra nuisance. Oof, he got me good with that shot. Yeah. Heh. 3 torches just to lure you in and get shot by them. There we go. Feel free, I am going to snipe her. Counter snipe her. There we go. So these spikes actually can be removed, but to do so takes a little time and effort. There's actually quite a bit to this area. Here's a switch. And, I forget what that actually affected. Ah! Yes, I see it. Yes. That leads forward further deeper into the level, but let's do this first. Dragon Stone. I forget what that is. Ah, right, yep. Stone that operates Sanctum contraption. Ah, yes, I remember, that's right. An extremely solid stone used to operate the Eternal Sanctum contraption. The heirloom of a race that discovered a dragon, worshipped its magnificence, and perished by its side. Yeah, that's actually a key. And I do know where we use it. I do remember. Rather than try to grab those items out there among the spikes, I distinctly recall that there's a way to get those spikes to retract. Or just shoot it from here. Yep. Human effigy. 5 holy water urns. 3 twinkling titanite. Yeah, we can go up this ladder. And I think that lowers both sets of spikes. Yeah, that's all set down there. So yeah, so you can see there's quite a few routes that you can follow here. It gets pretty confusing. From here we can snipe this lever, this switch, behind this big rotating platform. And then again, when we move the hole to the bottom, and then we climb the ladder again. It's a process, but we'll get there in the end. There we go. And we can walk in here. And at long last, denial. Just claim that spell. Yeah, it's actually a miracle. Challenge fate one time when HP reaches 0. I forget how long denial lasts when you cast it, but I want to say it's like a good couple minutes. And should you run out of hit points while that spell is still active, it will actually allow you to tank one blow without dying. In order to get back out of here, we just have to keep hitting the switch until the opening is our way again. Nice. Hey, Jag, good to see you. Working your way to Dark Souls 2, huh? None of the games are a joke. The original is quite challenging, to be certain. Alright, so we've got this jerkwad to deal with. Yeah, this is a good reason to pack the Moonlight Greatsword, potentially. Thanks. switch right there. Oh, is there another one on the ceiling? Is that not the same one I hit before? Well, it isn't recessed, but I think that just puts the spikes back up again. Yeah. Yeah, that one you can toggle on and off because the spikes might be useful. Five Lloyd's Talisman. Ah, yes. Yep. Okay. So that's the door that we couldn't go through before. Yeah, it's essentially an exit. Hence the message. This place again. All right. So that is how you can get back up. All right. But let's go back in there again. We have this chest right down here. Blood Bite Ring +1, so that's a thing. If you haven't disabled the spikes, it's a little painful to come out through here. Yeah, this is... Yeah, again, there's that big bug room. That's the hole to drop down. So we're back at the beginning again, but... Go up this ladder. There's actually a bonfire nearby. Yeah, we want to go through there. And there is indeed a switch to hit to make that happen. That item we'll be able to get once that is dealt with. So the way to proceed from here... Okay, down here. Oh dear. Yeah, you'll see that my sorcery deals damage to him, but he passes straight through it as if he weren't there. Okay. Excellent. If you know what you're doing in the Dark Souls games, you shouldn't need to do grinding. But it can definitely help. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so your objective here should be clear. Sort of bait them out and then start breaking the statues. You only need to break these once, and it's good for the whole playthrough. Eternal Sanctum Key. That sounds useful now, doesn't it? Night Hell. Okay. Got all of them. So now we won't have any phantasmal soldiers anymore. Oh, missed one. There we go. Yeah, nothing but death down there. Yeah, that's what you do. Lure them out and then run around the perimeter. Break all their statues. So there's that room handled. Let's take a peek at that key we got. Eternal Sanctum Key. Key to the depths of the Eternal Sanctum. The Sunken King erected the Eternal Sanctum to shelter Sin, the dragon. The sanctum appears to be a solemn temple, but it is filled with devilish creatures that ensure no trespasser shall cause offense. Okay, so the way forward from here... often takes me a moment to find. No, it's not that way. It's... yeah, it's underneath, yeah. Right, thank you. It's this stairwell. And the switch that we're looking for is actually on the wall behind here. Again, always look both ways. With that having been done, I now want to climb back up this ladder. And now we can jump across this gap. That door has opened. And there is indeed a bonfire in here. We'll get that lit. And then we can also come out and around, and there's that item you saw from the other side. And this is the Sanctum crossbow. And this is an item well worth pointing out. The Sanctum crossbow is a very unique tool here. The strong attack does not require ammunition. It instead uses a magical dark projectile that it generates itself. These Guardian Knights were sentenced to eternal stewardship of the Sanctum in a clandestine ritual carried out in the great depths, but today the Sanctum receives nary a visitor. Yeah, this requires 10 int and faith, and it scales on dark. And just to show you how useful this thing can be, here's its standard shot. It reloads pretty quickly. And here's its strong attack. Well, actually, I have to remove the bolts that are in there. Wait, no? Do I have to two-hand it? Do I have to zoom? I seem to have forgotten how it works. But I know it does. Aha! There it is. Thank you. Yeah, I knew it actually does it. It does take up a big chunk of durability to fire, but yeah, it does not consume any ammo. It's actually pretty strong, if I recall correctly. So something for you hexers to keep in mind. That's actually a pretty fun weapon. So that was worth pointing out, anyway. Okay, so with that having been done, now to actually... Okay, and I'll definitely have things to do once you depart, so I won't be calling it a stream just yet. Alright. There's you. Oh, what do you know? He dropped a Sanctum crossbow. Funny that. Okay. This asshole. You ready for a fight, Skippy? Trust me on this. Old growth balm. Remember Mithra, Baneful Queen, and that amazing pyromancer, Jester Thomas, who helped us beat her? Guess what? He's a bit of an asshole! Here he is invading us. This guy is super tough, super strong, and fucking loves to taunt you. It's so much easier to deal with when you have a co-op partner. Oh, just his pyromancy gloves, that's it, yeah. He just throws fireballs. He is very fast, lots of explosions, and yeah, if he knocks you down, he's gonna taunt. He has far too much health. He is really brutal. Good luck. Good luck dealing with him. Alright, so remember when we were at the very beginning, looking down off of that ledge way up there, and I showed you what was down here, you know, through the crosshairs of the bow, and said eventually we will end up there? Yep, we just ended up there. There are quite a few items to be had in this area, but these beasts roaming around are no joke. You can actually, almost to a certain extent, try to stealth past some of them. But the fact that you're roaming around in water down here makes this a lot harder than it has any right to be. You might just be better off attacking. I'm not sure these guys even have eyes. I think they simply hear their opponents. But yeah, they spit dark orbs, so don't take them lightly. You can see I'm not doing much damage to this guy in melee. In fact, he started stamping his feet, took off half my health in one shot. Yeah, I'm just gonna pop a Wilted Dusker here because I'm not liking my spell inventory being so low for this. Also, my sword is about to break. Let me go back to the Black Witch's staff. 3 petrified dragon bone. Yeah, they're giving you lots of upgrade equipment down here. Yeah, and there is indeed a bonfire hiding way in the back corner of this. And that is lit. Did you want to call it here, Skippy? Okay. Normally I wouldn't be bothering to, fight everybody here, but... people present, it's probably the easiest, fastest way of dealing with it. We do have quite a few items to grab. It's like all of these rock islands will actually have an item along one side of them, if I recall correctly. At least a couple do. I don't know how many times I died my first time going through this area way back when. To be fair, though, the first time I did the DLC, it was actually on a second playthrough. So that one's the Soul of a Great Hero. So that island might not have an item on it, but I do have one here. 3 human effigies. No, I think we cleared that out already. But I'll double check the back corner just in case. Yeah, okay. Saw another one just up ahead. Alright, looks like we're going through another one of these things. Does not seem to like lightning. Nice work. Seems legit. Got that dried root there. Oh, he heard me. Ooh, blast radius on that. Actually took some damage from that one. Oh, roll back. Oh, still got a piece of me with that, actually. Just a little piece. Yeah, these guys are no joke. That might be it. Note the drop-off here. Yeah, there is definitely something up there for us, but first let me, make sure that I haven't missed anything down here. Check around the islands. All the, angle on everything. Make sure you've poked everywhere, but I think that was everything. Alright. Okay. Right, so we come up here. And this is where we use the Dragon Stone. That settles down and in. Yep. And a couple of those walkways have lifted up, and we now have a way of going straight in the big ol' Ziggurat's front door. Where is the other end of that bridge, you might wonder? Would you believe it's right back at the very beginning of the level? Yup. So we come in here. Break that. And it opens up this. And look at that! It's an elevator. This is a call switch for that elevator. If it's not down here. But there is a little area back in here. Tiny little bath. You'd think there's something special about this green stone, but there totally isn't. At least not in gameplay terms. This leads to the Drake Blood Greatsword. Alright, with that acquired, we can ride the elevator. And it brings us up to here, where that walkway is. Plus there's an item here. Human effigy. There's another elevator here. This will go up further. And it leads to the very beginning again. So we now have ourselves a shortcut from the beginning to the final approach. But we do still have a number of things to look into back the other way. There was the big bug room that we didn't actually drop into. We still have that to do. We've got the area over there, this separate tower here. This is where the challenge area lies. The caves beyond there. And there's going to be some very useful things to grab out that way. But yeah, the route to the boss is now open. It is indeed straight through that door. And down. A lot of down once you're inside. It's a very treacherous descent, and it's a very large area inside that ziggurat. But I'm going to be saving much of that for later. What I do want to do while I'm still here, let's see, the Dragon's Sanctum area, Hidden Sanctum Chamber, Lair of the Imperfect, and one we haven't found yet. We haven't found yet here. So what's the best way of doing this? Tower of Prayer, I guess? There's something specific I want to get while we're still here. And once I've gotten my hands on that, then what I want to do is challenge the Dark Lurker, actually, and or Vendrick. Although I probably shouldn't be at this for too much longer. We'll see. I could, of course, do those almost any time. But they are definitely things to do after Skippy leaves. They're solo adventures, as it were. Ow. I freaking hate that guy. That did not have the desired effect. Put it in my way. Wait, there's a third one down there? Oh, this is bad. Careful you don't run out of floor at him. Out of stamina, I wasn't able to block it. Whew, boy. My word. So if we come back this way, that is still sealed, isn't it? Well, gonna have to go through here. That does wake them both up. And do be cognizant of the fact that they are armed with lances. And, yeah, they'll totally do that synchronized stabbing. Balm as a random drop, wow. We now have the key for this door. Eternal Sanctum Key. Well, what did you expect from an opera? A happy ending? That is not just for show. They actually can poison you with that parting shot of theirs. Alright. Fat loot. 2 bonfire ascetics. There's the lightning clutch ring. Five dried root. Two more. Not sure I follow the logic there, but okay. And one more. But we are not done. We can now come up this ladder. Which is kind of tall, actually. And then this one. Now we have an intersection. That boats will drop in on. Yeah, they're just kind of like hide. So we've got a ladder to go up even further, and we've got this. This big old bridge here. Oh, right, I forgot about you. Oh, right! That's a Lloyd's talisman he used on me. Which prevents me from using my Estus flask. There we go. For time. As long as you're prepared for that, it's not too hard to fight him. You do have to be careful of the railing to the bridge where it breaks here. Don't fall off. Don't run out of floor. Alright, so we will light this bonfire. That's a long way down. That switch, though, that opens up the elevator from way underneath. And up it comes. Alright, so if we ride the elevator down, it will take us back to this familiar area. At long last. Yep. That's how we got here. Finally got this enabled. But that's not the only thing this elevator leads to. Oops. This platform here. 5 torches on that end. Not terribly interesting. But go the other way, it's going to be well worth it. Don't fall in there, you'll feel really, really stupid. I know this from personal experience. Dark Greatsword. That is a very, very fun hex. I actually haven't really shown it off yet, although I know you've seen some invaders use it. There's a Soul Greatsword spell that basically just looks like a massive swinging of a sword. Actually, I'll just show you. I'll just slot it and use it. Dark Greatsword is like the same thing, but for a hexer, and it's even better because there's a second attack that comes with it. It shoots out a wave, a projectile. Okay, so the way back down here is, yeah. I could make that jump. Or I could just use the feather. Or I could actually drop down onto that bridge if I had Silver Cat stuff. But I'm actually still not done in this tower. That hex, as amazing as that is actually not the item I've been talking about. That is not what I came here for. What I need to do now is roll off the other side of that elevator. Ah, shit. I chose poorly. Damn it! Take 3. Oh, I could start to enter the cave also, by the way. Yeah. Fog Gate. Welcome to the Cave of the Dead. This is the challenge area in the first DLC, and I am so not doing that right now. Okay, let's get the elevator back up here. Alright, so on one side there should be... Oh, whoops. I swear I will get this. Son of a bitch. Okay. Right, so we went on that side before. Oh wait, that just drops down to the... Okay, hold on. What am I missing? I'm sorry. Bear with me for just a moment. Oh! Oops. Okay. I see what we did. Okay. No, it actually isn't here. I actually am done with this part. Instead, there was another route that I, neglected. I forgot to go back for it, and that is actually what I'm looking for. But at least I got everything else out this way. Yeah, I actually want to go this way. How about no? Yeah, there is actually... Yeah, we can keep going up from here. Yet another ladder. This is the one I was forgetting about. Here we go. This is what I wanted. So this is the Sanctum Shield, and boy howdy, is it a thing. It's a neat little area up here. Those are actually sconces that you can light. Not sure it actually serves a purpose to do so, but it's neat and all, right? Okay, so the Sanctum Shield. Note that it reads strike/spell. You can see that it has no physical damage amount listed on it. Instead, it's got magic, dark, and even some lightning. And if you look at that bottom left, casting speed. In the same way that the Black Witch's Staff actually allows you to cast sorceries and miracles and hexes with its, well, actually it's a spell tool, so its standard attack button is to unleash a spell. The heavy attack is what actually swings it in a melee strike. It just happens to be really good at that, given all those damage types associated with it. The Sanctum Shield can also be used to cast sorceries, miracles, and hexes. It is yet another pan-magical item, but it's in your shield slot. It's a shield. You can block with it. It is the strong attack button that has it fire out a spell in a manner similar to how the blue flame functions, which means that it can also fill the role of a second blue flame. You can have it cast crystal magic weapon on the blue flame in your other hand, so you can actually have, rather than dual wielding swords and have one buff the other, you can actually have a sword and a shield and have the shield buff the sword. And when you do that, you can then have the sword cast spells and they are appropriately buffed. Also, this is a small shield. It's relatively light. I mean, it's actually lighter than the Blossom Kite shield. It might not block nearly as well. Actually, it has better physical block, oddly enough. Although much of the... and really nice fire. All the others are lower than what I've already got. Although I haven't plussed up the Sanctum shield yet. I will be able to do that. The nice thing about this, if you two-hand the Sanctum shield and use it as a bashing weapon, well, it's a situation similar to the Black Witch's staff. All those damage types on it will all stack. And it's a shield that you're bashing with, so it will actually block an enemy's incoming attack and hit them. The Sanctum shield is a very popular tool for many different builds, one of which uses just the Sanctum shield and nothing else. They two-hand it the whole time. They'll block with it, they'll swing with it, they'll cast spells with it. And it's surprisingly effective. Yeah, this is something I absolutely positively wanted to get my hands on. Yeah. It casts spells right out of the center of the shield. So it's, again, like you're punching them in a manner very similar to what the blue flame does. So again, you're not going to have people manage to duck under those shots. Very, very effective stuff. Very useful tool. And it's standard upgrade path, just like the Black Witch's staff is. I am going to attune, instead of Homing Crystal Soul Mass, Crystal Magic Weapon. Oh boy. Alright, I think the... I'm trying to remember how much is actually in the drop down to the bug room area. I could have sworn there was a different way in, but I guess I was mistaken? Or if it was something else I've forgotten? You know what? We'll tackle that next time. I'm looking at what time it is and realizing I actually do need to call it soon here. But yeah, I was not leaving here without that shield. I want that for next time. Alright, so let's go, I guess for now, back to Majula. I could no, actually, it's gonna take some time just to get this set up.
You've been long. What?
Okay, I think I'm out of these. Yeah. So I'm gonna need at least 6. I need 5 of them. Oh, yes! That's right. Her Titanite chunks are still a limited quantity, but she now sells 3 Twinkling Titanite. Not that I can afford all 3. But I'll buy the 2 I can afford.
Visit.
I forget what the trigger is for her to start selling those, actually. Come on. Stone Trader Cloan. Okay, she does sell unlimited Titanite chunks, but only after you beat Nishandra. When does she sell the Twinkling Titanite? after... Huh. Was it there and I just didn't buy it? At any rate, it's there now. Okay, yeah, I've got lots of Twinkling Titanite now, as there's plenty to be had in Shulva. So let's get this blue flame maxed out. So that's now at +5, and rather than get another blue flame buffed up, I will actually use the shield instead. Oh, I am lacking the souls to do it. What have I got for poppables? Oh yeah. We're good. We're totally good here. What? You again?
You again?
Had to get souls. Sending that straight to +6. I can't make it bigger than that yet. Ah, lovely. Max out the black boots. This is the last bit of armor I haven't maxed out.
I'll be around.
Okay, and I think I'm going to want to start carrying around the lingering Dragon Crest ring so that crystal magic weapon lasts as long as possible. That's actually going to be a thing. So just to give you a bit of a test here, let's have this blue flame shoot one of the piggies back here. The Soul Sphere? 417. Now, backing up a little bit, let's cast Crystal Magic Weapon on the sword, using the shield, and do that again. 501. Oops. Alright, so the pig is small enough that I'll actually miss him doing that. And with the lingering Dragon Crest ring on, Crystal Magic Weapon should actually last for quite a while on here. So this is going to be a very efficient means of getting a lot of damage out of our spells. I mean, I could still use the Black Witch's Staff. Having made that magic, that's, 263, and we're getting a casting speed boost on it. Let's, you up to 258. Oh, that's still at +8. I haven't been able to max that out. I lack chunks. Need chunks. Need chunks. It might actually be cost efficient at this point to allow Macduff to go ahead and make the blue flame. Magic infused.
I'll play.
Yeah, we do lose quite a bit of physical to gain a relatively small amount of magical, but it will scale. Well, I suppose we can experiment a little. Let's check, let's do a little arithmetic, shall we? 130 plus 32, 180 plus 64. I think I can remember those numbers. 130 plus 32, 180 plus 64.
I ought to fit.
Okay. It was 130 plus 32. 162, and it's now only 89. That's almost cut in half. And instead of 180 plus 64, it's 187 plus 116. So that is a gain of 59. We still lose out on the deal. We do still lose out on the deal. But not as much as one might have otherwise thought. The int scaling for us is actually pretty good. And I believe the buff provided by Crystal Magic Weapon is percentage based. Have I gotten rid of all the dogs? Are they actually farmed out? It's actually not too surprising. Looks pretty good to me. Two-hand the shield. Or even the sword. So yeah, this is and it's an actual weapon, so you can backstab with it and all. There's things you can't do with the Black Witch's staff. You still have the spell variability. The shield can cast your hexes and miracles if you wanted to take that approach. I'm just looking for something further to shoot. Yeah, it doesn't affect the sorcery whether you two-hand this blade or not, as you might imagine. Ah, fun stuff. Can be very useful in player versus player. It's like if someone rolls out of the way of one of your melee strikes, tries to back off, you can shoot him with a spell right then and there. No switching tools or anything.
Bearer and
Alright, another point of attunement. All of my levels are now a multiple of 5. That's aesthetically pleasing. Cast speed will go up on this one. Also, curse resistance and agility. Nice. Alright. It is definitely time for me to call it, though. It's 1:20 a.m. Know what it's time to do. Let's do this properly and move the hood. We shall bid you adieu. Till next time, take care. Never forget to play. Catch you then.